Those of you that are here, I don't want to delay and stuff for those of you guys that show up on that. Yeah, move to the next slide. What's some good things that have popped out over the last week or so that you really think, or that you have gratitude for, or you want to give somebody a shout out?
I'm grateful for my kids.
You're grateful for your kids? Okay, what do they do?
They're just the coolest, sweetest kids. They're just very independent, easygoing, never hard to get honest and things.
Your favorite kids. Grateful for her kids. She's 5. 5. Well, I think what's important about that, though, is real estate sometimes can be such a tough job that having a good support system and having good family members that are there to support you, whether it's your kids or a partner or whatever, it's important to have that. So, how about that?
So, and they're very interested.
Yeah.
They're being patient.
Love that. A couple people that I'm grateful for is the leadership team. We had our beach day. We brought back beach day last Friday. And so it was really, really fun, even though the weather was a little kind of gloomy out there. It actually sprinkled a little bit on the beach and stuff like that. So it wasn't too bad. But really grateful for everybody putting that together and pitching in. That was great. All right, Daniel, let's move to the next slide. We want to, I don't want to pronounce this or mess up really bad. It's Zanith or Zanith? Zanith. All right, so we have Zanith from Accurate Termite Pest Control. Here's our breakfast sponsor today. And so I want to introduce him and have him come up and talk a little bit about how we can support you guys and your agent. So Zanith, come on up.
Well, good morning, Keller Williams. My name is Zanith and I am old. So full disclosure, last year I sponsored a lunch for one of the Keller Williams down at Huntington Beach for their bowl event, and after that sponsorship, the team lead's like, "Hey, now that you sponsored the bowl, you can say that." I'm like, "Are you sure?" So anyway, yes, I was fortunate enough to do that. My name is Steve Paso. Most of you, as soon as you heard my name, like, what did he say? You can just call me Z. That's what I go by. So that makes it a little easy, right? Yeah, it makes life a little easier for everyone. I'm with Accurate Termite and Pest Control. We've been in business for over 25 years. We started down in Orange County, and now we have an office here in Gardena and San Diego. So we cover from LA to San Diego, and you can hire for any of your termite and pest control needs. While I'm doing my little song and dance, I'm going to pass this bowl around. If you are interested in winning a $25 gift card or a chance $25 gift card, just drop in your business card and I'll email it to the winner. Real quick, one of the things I really love about what I do is I get to come to places like this and talk about termites, especially when people are having breakfast and they're like, "Dude, no thank you." So instead of going through all of all of the life cycles of termites and the feeding habits and everything like that, I want to do a quick little, dare I say, test of your knowledge, of your termite knowledge, to try to make things a little bit more fun and hopefully share some termite knowledge with you.
So we're going to have termites.
Yes, basically it's a termite pest. So we could get quick to the next slide. Basically, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to show you a couple of pictures, and the question is, which WDO plagues this piece of wood? First question, does anybody here know what a WDO is? Wood destroying. That's right. Anytime you order a termite report, you're actually ordering a termite and wood destroying organism for a WDO. So, in this question here, which WDO plagues this piece of wood? A, termites, B, fungus, dry rot, C, both, D, neither. Now, while you look at this and you think about your answer, it's 4 questions. You can answer 4 questions correctly. I'll take you out to lunch. You take the place. All right. So, starting off with the number 1. Who raise your hand to these termites? Oh, it was confident at first, but then it's like, oh no.
What can my answer? No.
Okay. So termites. No termites. Okay, 1 termite. Fungus, dry rot. confident for fungus and dry rot. C, both. Anybody for both? A couple of both. How about neither? Who thinks this is the perfect good piece of wood? I knew you guys were smart. So this is actually termites. So we have one person relax. That's good.
How can you tell us termites?
So anytime you see wood moving from the inside out, or you see tunnels in a piece of wood, and evidence of droppings, it looks like sand. That's evidence of termites. Okay, so the main thing to see here is it kind of looks like there's tunnels going through the piece of wood, right? Termites make little tunnels while they do their thing. So that's just a little something to know there. So all right, so we have one contender for lead. Well, you got next question here. Okay, same question. Which WBO plays this piece of wood? The answers are the same, or your options are the same, but the picture is different. So while you take a look here, raise your hand if you think it's termites. Okay, one thinks it's termites. Fungus and dry rot? Yeah. One fungus, two fungus and dry rot? How about both? You got both in the back and right here. Okay. But D, neither. Neither. Okay. Confident neither. All right. So this is actually neither. So this is just an old piece of wood that needs to be repainted in wood. Yeah. So yeah, this is just an old piece of wood. This is not something that would show up in a termite report. A termite report's not an aesthetic reason, you know. If it's an old piece of wood that doesn't needs to be repainted, it's not going to be in your termite report. So this is of no concern as far as yeah, that's just regular wear and tear days or years of not painting, I guess. So next question is the same, the picture is different. So now this is which WDO plays this piece of wood. We have 8 termites. No one for termites. That's not a confident termite. Yeah, that was all right. Big fungus and dry rot. Anyone for fungus and dry rot? There. C, neither. Who thinks the perfect good? Both. Okay, both. About neither. Who thinks it's the perfectly good? Nobody. Right. So this was actually so this piece of wood, anytime you see wood that looks wet or muddy or crumbles like that, if it gets sucked in, that's evidence of drying. So this is something that would be in your termite inspector.
Are you sure you don't see some little tunnels in there?
For the purposes of this situation, again. So yeah, this is just fungus and dry rot, something to be aware of. And finally, same question, different picture. Now a little context here. I know it's a little difficult to see. On this side here, going vertically, this is a fence. So this is the fence post, and the wood planks are going horizontal. All right. So anybody who thinks this is termite. A very slow raise of hand. I like that. Termites. Fungus and dry rot. Anyone? Both. Both. Okay. How about neither? Who thinks it's the perfectly good piece of wood? I think they actually what I'm looking for. Okay, so it's a close up of a fence.
Okay.
The post is right here.
Okay.
And the planks are running horizontal. So 2 horizontal planks going this way, and this is a fence.
Whitish part?
You're looking at the whole thing. It's a close up, so you're not able to see. Right? This looks like a solid steel. It looks perfectly fine, right? What's the verdict here?
Either.
It's actually perfect. And
It went right through it.
How do we know that?
Well, this is I'm getting to the point. If this was a bit of a trick one. Next. And so just so you know, that's a pen. It's not a, no, it's not a sledgehammer going through. It's a normal pen. You can click out of the next one just so you have to look at this. All right, so the idea here is a probe inspection for the wind. The thing I want to emphasize today with this little exercise is that, especially when you go into escrow, anytime you get a termite inspection done, make sure it's both a visual and a probe inspection. Because as you saw in the last slide, you might think it's a perfectly good piece of wood. There is no visible damage whatsoever. But without that probe inspection, an inspector would not be able to find that termite damage. He's not causing damage, but the wood is already damaged. He's just going around patting around the house, around the wood members that are visible. And anytime the wood does not sound solid like that, it's an indication of wood damage, whether it's water damage, termite damage. In this case, in the video you just saw earlier, the homeowner was confident that there was no termite damage in his fence. And our inspector went, because he kind of knows what to look for. He just kind of showed like, look, and just stuck his pen right through that fence. So that I just want to emphasize the importance of a probe inspection along with a visual inspection.
No, was that a nest? Was that you found there?
That was just old termites. No, sorry, those were drums. Yeah, that's leftover. So
they'd already been there and eaten out a lot.
Yeah, they've already gone through that piece. And they're moving on to the next part of the fence, I guess. So that's just to emphasize the importance of having a probe inspection done. And the last little slide here is just a shameless plug. We have this online scheduling tool that you can use. On the little flyer I passed out, that little QR code, you can scan that and it'll take you directly to our online schedule. And you don't have to go back and forth between you and your client trying to figure out what time works best for you. You can see exactly what we have available, schedule it yourself, and avoid that back and forth or any what you call it, that phone tag or anything. So if that's basically it for me. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. We do free termite inspections for escrow with a 2 business day turnaround report. Usually we can get that report to you next business day, but we can't guarantee that every time. So we go for 2 business days on the report. And like I said, we cover from LA down to San Diego. So please feel free to reach out if you have questions. And other than that, thanks for your time. Oh yes, question.
Preventative things you can do for termites, or just kind of like time?
The best thing you can do is have a termite inspection done regularly, and that way, if you find something and that can be treated locally without having to tent or anything like that, you can do that. So an annual inspection, that way you keep on top of it. I'm sure you guys have seen homes where no termite work has been done for 20 years. And there's sections of it. There's a lot of repair work that needs to be done. So in order to avoid that big ticket item, in 10 years, stay on top of it. So there's not really, you can't spray something on your house that will keep termite from coming on. Like local treatment will treat that piece of wood, and that piece of wood will be inedible to termites, but it's not going to treat the entire home. So yes and no.
So even if you have like a pest curve, that's not going to necessarily be the hunters.
Correct, and this is for driver termites. There's subterranean termites as well. That's a different story, but yeah, it's not. It's kind of like washing your car. When you wash your car, it's nice and clean, but as soon as you drive off the car lot or the car wash place, it's going to start picking up dirt and stuff. So it's that idea. If you wash your car every weekend and it's nice and clean for the most part, or if you wash the car once every month and a half like I do, it's going to be super dirty by the time you do that. So that's one way to look at it. Any other questions? No? Fantastic. Thank you everybody for your time.
Let's do a next presentation.
So we have a bold statement. So right now, since we're in bold, instead of our normal quotes, we're doing bold laws. And this bold law is be, do, have. What does that mean? What do you think the term be, do, have means? It's okay, you say. You go to bold, so you're bold, be bold.
They go and do the stuff you have to do, and they didn't want to have it.
Hey, you get a free box, right? So that's exactly it. The first thing that we got to really do in any market is have the right mindset. And so we got to be that person that we want to be. And if we're not that person, how do we become that person? Question. So if you don't feel like you're the person that you need to be in order to have business, what do you do?
Well, starts with your mood.
Become better.
Starts with your mood, yeah. Right. What else?
Become better.
How do you become better?
Invest in yourself. Reading, learning, all going to networking events, like just being the best you can be at your business.
Right. If I don't know something, then I learn it. Either through reading or coming to a class, or picking the brain of doing what I want to be doing. Really, really great things. Right. Going to national events and learning from others. Getting those skills you need in order for you to be who you need to be. Right. And then what do you do for you?
Do it.
You do it. I mean, it's something that sounds that's because at the end of the day, is there anybody in this room that doesn't know how to sell or how to get this? Not really. We all know the things that we need to do. I got to go and hold open houses. I got to door knock. I got to make phone calls. All of those are good, and it doesn't matter necessarily which one you do. You just got to go out there and do it.
Hashtag.
Right?
Do your job.
If I'm a guy who likes to make calls, I don't make calls, I'm not going to get any business now. If, hey, I love doing open houses, but I haven't been doing open houses, I'm not going to meet people. Just talking to Drew about this yesterday, right? Is a lot of times I think we don't necessarily treat this like a business. A lot of times agents will get in and, I'm going to go do a little, activity here and there and, get a big deal, and then I'll close that and that'll carry me for a while, and then I'll get a little bit busier, and they're not really treating it like a business. If you were to open up a brick and mortar business, like say a hamburger stand, could you just kind of like wing it every once in a while and then show up every once in a while and actually make it? No. At the end of the day, when you're really looking at how most businesses operate, you always hear the stories of the people who launch businesses, right? Hey man, I'm working 7 days a week, 60 hours every single week. I'm building this business out of my garage, right? I'm working really, really, really hard with the idea that at some point the business is going to do what? Take a life of its own, and it's going to get easier, right? And I think that's what we see in here, and that's what I talked about yesterday, is think about like this. Not that anybody will do this, although I know there's people out there that have. But let's just say, hey, I don't like cold calls. I don't like any of the other stuff. I'm going to just be an open house like freak. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to do 2 open houses on Saturday, 2 open houses on Sunday. Literally, it's my first year in the business. I'm going to do 4 open houses every weekend, all year long. How many open houses did that be in the year if you did 4 open houses a weekend and didn't take weekend off?
Over 600.
Well, 4 times 50 is 208. If you did 208 open houses in a year, even if you sucked, even if you didn't know what to say and stumbled over your words, you would close probably well over 10 days. Right? So it's not a matter of it's not a matter of we don't know what to do. It's you just have to go out there and actually do it. Right? And then let's have work.
Have courage.
So, yeah, we do have that courage. You gotta be bold, right? What else?
You have tools.
You want. So, hey, here's who I want to be. Here's what I need. Right? here are the things that I need. So if I mentally get myself ready to be that person, if I go out and do what I need to do, then I get what I want. Right? It's actually pretty simple. And that's one thing we always talk about in this business. This business is not hard, right? It's actually pretty easy. The difficult part is doing things you need to do in order to get what you want, right? So I really like that. That's one of my favorite bulldogs. Dan, move to the next slide. A couple new listings that I want to bring up. Stephen has one on Contra Lane, which is on 2:30 today. So please go out and support Stephen. It's really important that we, that's one of the things I want to talk about. Dustin is going to do his band today. So if you haven't registered to sign up to get in the band, just get in the damn band. We got 2 spots still available. And before we go on to it, there's a few reasons. So let's bring them up. Why is it important to go on to it?
Free lunch.
Free lunch in some cases? Hey, am I struggling brand new agent? It's not making any money. This is one day a week where I can eat. What else? Hey, you get to know what's available in the area, so you sound really smart, especially when buyers call you. Hey, I've actually been in that house. I know what it looks. This is going to be. Because think about it like this. And I always want to bring up the agents. If a buyer calls you and says, "What's available?" and you say, "I don't know. Let me take a look for you, and then I'll send you what's out there." It's okay, right? But what's more impressive? What's going to instill more confidence in the buyer? That where you say, okay, based on what you've told me that you like, there's this property, and this property. I've been in all of those. I think they would be really good fits. I'm going to sign up with the agent that knows the house, knows the inventory that has been out there, right? So that, getting free lunch, getting to know what's available in the market is definitely a good thing as well too, right? What else? I think there's one other big one that we're missing. We need to know the other agents because the thing is building relationships. We always say in this business, that people do business with the people that they like, know, and trust. Are agents any different? I mean, think about it. If I'm an agent, say, for example, from Long Beach, and John is an agent on the hill here in PV, and both of us have buyers for one of Stephen's listings, right? And both of our buyers wrote, I don't know, but let's just say both of our buyers wrote the exact same contract. And we bring both of those offers to Stephen. And then Stephen presents those offers to this client. What's the client going to probably say?
Which one?
Which one should I do? They're exactly the same. Well, we're talking about the seller right now. The seller doesn't know any of these. So the seller can ask Stephen, which one should I choose because they're exactly the same. And what's Stephen going to likely recommend? Friends. The person that he knows. Because even if it's not a friend, or even if I'm not being biased, I don't know this John guy from Long Beach. I don't know what I'm getting in that particular transaction. I've worked with John, D'Amico though. He's on the board. He's going to be the next president of the board. He's been, he's been on the hill for a long time. I can trust him. Not that Joh Morris from Long Beach is bad. I just don't know anything about that. So I feel more comfortable going with John D'Amico. And if you're going out there and you're going on tour and you're meeting these people every single week, it's going to give you a much better chance to develop those relationships. So one of the things and Joel and Bree are going to help me out. We're going to, in addition to what we're going to do with Dustin once a month, we're going to make sure that we have a fun time going out there the rest of the weeks and put a little group together to go out there on tour together as well too. So I really encourage all of you guys to make sure that we're planning on carpooling for some of the brokers tours together outside what we do with Dustin. The month, but sometimes we're going to put good groups together to go out together as well.
Out every week too.
You do.
I'm not even real estate agent, but I'm sure you guys.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Build relationship with a real estate.
All the same things that you mentioned, such as getting to know the community, getting to know the different roads, getting to know the different
list of agents, what's on inventory, being able to share with buyers with this agent, connecting relationships.
Yeah, for sure. That's a win-win for all of us, right? So I think that's really, really important. Okay, so make sure that we go out and support Stephen today for his property in Rolling Hills. Judy has one in Manhattan Beach. So if you have any clients that are up that way, reach out to Judy. Looks like it's a really great place for lease. And then one thing that Daniel I want to bring up, so I don't forget, so probably if I don't do that, just so that we can kind of make this a little bit easier when we're putting these slides together. Let's call the ones that are for sale first, and then the ones that are for lease last. That way we can talk about what's for sale and then what's. I think it'll make it easier for you guys. So Stephen has one in Torrance. Looks like a pretty great place at 895. And then Bree has one in Santa Ana. If you have anybody that way for 415, looks like a nice little unit as well. Young has the one that's actually going to be on tour today as well. So let's make sure that we go and support Young. That is on Westville. Looks like a really, really great place. And then Vikram, which is one of our newer agents. This is Vikram's like second new listing, right?
Yeah, Vikram.
So
Vikram's
been in the business for like 2 months maybe, and this is already the second listing. So definitely can go out there and do big things early if it's working. And then Alicia has one on Island View for lease. And then Josh got one at RPV for lease as well too. So got a couple good leases that are available as well today. Maureen, let's go out and visit Maureen. This is actually Maureen's property. So she's selling her house. So let's really go out and support her because this is her actual personal residence that she's looking to sell as well on Homestead, and that's on tour today as well. So we got a lot of our agents. Young has 2, Stephen has, I believe, 2, and then Maureen has 1. So we got a lot on tour. All right. And then some closings. Josephine had one in Salt Lake, and then Tom, congrats on your lease in San Pedro. And then Michelle Roscoe in Signal Hill just closed on her, so great. John, nice one in San Pedro, so congrats. And then that brings up the needs and wants. I'm going to do this a little bit differently because a lot of times I ask this question and then I see some blank faces for a little while. So I'll start off at least with that. Is there anything, a buyer that any of you guys are working with has a particular thing that's maybe not on the market yet or that you're looking at? Yeah.
I have a buyer that's in either Harbor City or Lomita up to 900.
Okay, Harbor City or Lomita up to 900. Any other specs on what they're looking for?
3 bedroom, 2 bath.
Cool.
Yeah, they just want anything that's more.
Got it. So if you have anything coming up, then make sure that you check that out. And then I know I saw somebody else raise their hand as well too. Yeah.
I have a buyer as well looking in either Cypress, Woody, Marada, up to 875. 3 bedroom, 2 baths.
Awesome. So if you have anything that way, please reach out to Elizabeth. Anybody else? Yeah, John.
We have a pocket listing development opportunity with 2 lots in Torrance, like Torrance PO area, and you could build possibly up to 8 units on these 2 lots. There's plans already drawn up with the city, still approved with the planning department, but they've expired. But whatever, you can go back and get them extended. Probably be worth about $1.3 million or so. So maybe $1
So it's just the one?
Just dirt. Yeah.
Sorry, what's up there?
Oh, and the pipe is 650.
650.
One's PO.
Very good. Anybody have any? Cool. Anybody have any listings that are coming up that aren't on the market? You guys want to share? All right. Stephen's not here, so we can't learn about his. So one of the things that I want to kind of do with this as well too is we started off today talking about the world law B, right? Who do we need to be? What do we need to learn in order to get what we want? So that's the question I want to ask you guys. Sometimes we'll arrange trainings and things like that. Maybe the turnout a little bit small, or maybe that you say, hey, that's not something that's for me. So if you want to be somebody different, if you want to have something different, right? What are the training? What are the classes that if that showed up, whether we put it on or somebody else even put it on, what would be the one training that we could do that individually for each one of you guys, you would say, hey, I'm going to move my schedule around because I can't miss that. I want to know, because we're trying to really put together a really good, thoughtful, robust training calendar for the end of the year here. And I want to make sure that we're taking into consideration the things that you need so that you can be who you need to be, so that you can do things you need to do, so you can have what you want. So what class would I have to put on or arrange or to get somehow get to you that you would say, hey, I can't miss that? Yeah.
Which turns out is unworkable. So I knew nothing about this. I don't know how the HOA works. I will try to learn more about that. And also we have Dustin and give a class on. I didn't understand more how the world of financing works.
No, that's
like the basics. Oh, okay, keep it on the basics.
I know that's all you need. Everyone is needs the things. Why? Because who am I to you, the partner, to help with your client's projector into action? If we're doing a class on non-workable condos for your consideration, like I'll help you specifically, but doing that as a class is like you're going to gain the knowledge and then you're not going to use it. So what happens when you don't use your knowledge to accumulate? It eventually fades away, right? So the biggest thing I think on your behalf with that and banking and all this considerations, honestly, I see a lot of you asking about narratives, meaning different ways to converse with your clients to help them move forward, because there's so many people that speak against housing, or there's so many unknowns that role playing, I think, is a really, really big thing for you guys. Huge.
Yeah, so I mean, it's role plays.
We could do role plays with mortgage basics.
Love that.
I was mentioning this not because that's super specific, but then I'm hearing that actually a lot of the HOAs are struggling. So it's an issue that may come up more frequently. I don't know if information is accurate or not.
Yeah, well, I mean, it doesn't even necessarily be specifically about non-mortgable, condos. We could do maybe a set where we bring somebody in to just talk about how HOAs work and some of the issues that might come up when we're working with HOAs.
I think one of the big things right now is insurance. So oftentimes the topic more of your part is more your
A lot of times.
and you can go and pay. I don't have a lot of they have a lot of different things. So also check, I don't know if you're TV board or
Well, maybe one of the things that we can do as a value add as well too is, in addition to arranging some of these classes for you, I'll make sure that we'll start the market center checking the first training calendars, and then that way we can kind of promote some of the things that are that are based on the products. Yeah, but a lot of people miss emails. Okay, at least the hot topic stuff that you guys are mentioning, when I see those pop up at the boards, we'll make sure we let you guys know about those. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
for the commission of how to double change.
With what? With
The commission change, like a role play class with the seller and the buyers. And then also always updated. Updated tenant and
landlord laws that we as agents should know basic?
Yeah, I can see if we can get that attorney that when we had the governance event, the attorney that did, he actually went over the tenant landlord law, so I'll see about getting him back in.
Yes.
Okay, any other things? Yeah.
I think it's all about prospecting. You can be educated, know everything about insurance, and know everything about role play, and know everything about mortgage. Your thoughts about your needs to prospect for buyers and sellers. That's it. That's it. 80% of your day. So, yeah, we all have to know this stuff. But why doesn't everybody say, I want prospecting role players? Open house, what's the best practice for me to get those people to want to work with me in open house? What do you say? Same thing when you do a cold calling. What do you say? What's the script? That's where your head should be 80% of your day. 80%, maybe 90%. Yeah, we need to know about all those things, but prospecting is the bottom line. That's what makes you survive in life. So you should be raising your hand and saying, I need to know what I should say at open house. How do I make those people want to work with me? Because they got a lot of choices. Because they're going to leave you in 5 minutes and go to the next one. What are you going to say to them to say, that agent was much better with me than I hit it off with that person because that's got to be the move prospecting to the top of the list. That's survival. I could go on and on. 100%. But that's the need that you have. Okay?
It's not prospecting is just you have to go do it. So let me
So maybe maybe something where we all kind of get together and prospect together, you know.
Yeah, that's big.
We could do that. That's called a marketing night.
Yeah.
Or day.
Right.
So 2 hours sometimes. A lot of people don't want people to hear what they say, or they stumble because. But sometimes you could say, I'll say this. But a prospecting hour, no, you're coming in to make fun. When we went to bowl that day, I don't know if you guys were, raise your hand if you went to bowl. That one little exercise they did that captured, which you say, take out your phone and text as many people as you can. I can't believe how many people I texted and they answered me back. It
wasn't there. Let's get this.
Thousands of people responded to me on the text. That's one's real right there. At least they know you're alive and well, and you're working. So I just thought that should be part of my day. I need to text 50 people because it only took about 15 minutes.
Yeah. Also the younger guys, they just want to text.
Yeah,
a phone call goes.
Yeah, I mean, because I know at least people that are like my daughter's age. You know, my daughters all have phones, and they never actually.
Yeah, I'll check on the other room.
So that's super important. I'm gonna bring something under really quick because we talked a little bit about open houses, and I know you've been having some big success with open houses lately. What are some, just in a short kind of brief nugget or whatever like that, you can drop some wisdom. How have you been engaged in connecting with people in your opens? I know that you just recently signed up a couple new clients.
So, circle prospecting in the area, and I got a list from France, and it was over 593 clients or people there, and every single one of them did have an email phone numbers. You might have one and then skip to like 5 or 6 and go to the next one. But I just been saying I use the just listed, and I'm inviting them to the open house. I'm giving them the time. So that is how. I don't want anything. I'm just calling to invite you to a property that we just listed, and we're having an open house Saturday, Sunday, 2 to 5, come on by, bring a friend. That is literally what I've been saying. And I've gotten two buyers out of that, and a potential seller, and not right now, but they're soft nurtured, but that's what I mean. And so today I'll finish on the call and then send an email blast to the man, inviting them to the event and bring them.
Sure.
And that's it. And instead of door knocking, we can't solicitate here a lot in our PV because of condo. So send an email. And just invite them to the event.
Yeah, I heard a top agent when I was facilitating a panel in mega or family reunion. The panel discussion was on farming. It's one of the things that she said, I've never been somebody that likes knocking on doors, and I hated it. So she said, what she did in her farm is she didn't knock on doors. She basically would go and put flyers on the doors or door hangers on the doors. But she would always do it at times that she knew people were going to probably be outside. So maybe during the day on the weekend when people are doing their yards or people are out and about. And she said what was really cool is she said that this is back in the days when rollerblading was kind of a thing. She just had her kind of like sweat outfit on. She said she was a hot mess, sweaty, and she was on her rollerblading from door to door, putting stuff on there. But the conversations that she got into with people along the way, she said, really helped her expand and build her influence in the neighborhood. So even if you're somebody that doesn't like to actually physically go knock on that actual door, just going out through the neighborhood and being visible and being seen is a really great strategy. And she said that even though she looked like a hot mess, she said that it was great because people viewed her as somebody that was hardworking, that was just a regular person that was out there. And she said that her hot mess sweatiness in sweats was way more effective, in her opinion, than if she would have been in heels and a business suit knocking on the outside door, right?
Because I also went to farmers market for the farmers, and I put my flyer last weekend in the community board, and the manager wants to sell his album to you.
Yeah.
Just from there, and it's at Boyega and some of the restaurants in the back. So I was literally just inviting them to the open. All I was doing.
Love it.
So I got
cool. And then one thing that's not on here that we're going to start adding in as well too is we're going to start doing some more panels. You know, that was one of the ahas that I had when I led that panel for the board a couple weeks ago. Really high engagement. A lot of people who said that it was super valuable hearing from the top agents. So that's one of the things that I want to do as well here is not only with our top agents on panels, but then we have our sister offices where we could be pulling in people that are doing really great stuff from across the South Bay. So we'll start doing some more of those. Okay. Cool. All right, Daniel, let's go to the next part. I'm not going to talk too much about this. Just make sure you get your open houses to Daniel. That way, one, we can help you promote your own open houses that you're doing. And so that's a little twist that I want to add to this. We always talk about saying, hey, if you're a listing agent that has a listing and you want to let somebody hold your house open, let us know. Yeah, that. If you are an agent that wants to hold an open house, yeah, definitely still let us know that as well too. If you are a listing agent holding your own house open, also let us know that every week so that we can promote that on social media for you as well too. Right, so that's one of the things I want to make sure that we are, really being active with is our listings. We want to help you promote your listings as well. So we have our social media channel. If you let us know that you're holding an open house, that's let us do some advertising for you. Okay. All right. Some upcoming classes and events. We're going to go over a few things there. This is our training calendar. Have on Google. Again, if you still need a hard copy calendar, let Daniel know he can get you a hard copy. But this, what's really great about putting it on your phone is now all you need if you want to know what's going on in the market center is open up your calendar on your phone. You know what classes, trainings, events, things like that are happening as well too. And I know sometimes, at least me with a paper, when I have paper anything. If I'm looking at it, hey, when is that or what is that? Now I got to go search for it, and then good luck finding it. Right? So really valuable. Then Friday. This is a little bit, short notice, but I just talked to Jeff last, I think, Friday, and he was like, hey, with the stuff, this stuff is coming up fast, right? When's all the stuff going to
August 7th.
Yeah, it's like literally we're a month away. And so he's like, we really need to do a session to go over the buyer commission and then what the DOJ intervention basically means, right? And so he is going to do a presentation on this Friday from 9:30 to 12:30. We are going to have a breakfast sponsor for that as well too. So you guys will get to eat, but super important because ultimately stuff's changing, and if you're not aware of those things, you got 30 days and your world's going to change. And if you're not ready for that, right, it's going to be hard to be doing that if you don't know how to be. And so definitely this is something that you don't want to miss, and we're going to feed. Okay?
Okay, you guys let me know.
Yeah, and that's one of the things we're going to do. Is in addition to what Jeff's doing, I'll take a little bit of time after the presentation is over to just collectively as a group here, how are we going to support each other? What are some of the strategies and things like that we're going to? So I want to do a little mastermind Jeff's session's over on how we're going to start to incorporate some of the things and actually put it into practice. Because it's one thing to gain knowledge, it's another thing on how do I actually apply that knowledge. And so I want to collectively as a group talk a little bit about how we're going to actually execute the things that are going to be happening, right? So that was on Friday. Make sure that you RSVP with Daniel, otherwise you might not have to. Okay, Ignite. James is kind of tapping out onto the remaining Ignite session, so he get me. I will be the Ignite session tonight on working with buyers and sellers. So if you want to come to that, if you're a seasoned agent, they know lots of strategy, not because necessarily I was the best when I was in production, but in my roles that I have with this company, I've gotten to talk and work with some of the top agents in the country. And so I know lots of strategies from some of the top buyer and seller agents across the United States, and I'm going to share a lot of that stuff tonight. And then that is on Zoom as well. One thing I do want to bring up, some of this stuff here, kind of especially in working with sellers and buyers, and if you look at the next slide, we're actually covering on Mondays. Right? I think Joel's been coming a lot, and Bree's been coming a lot. Are you finding some value in some of those sessions that we're doing on Mondays?
Yes, because it's back to like exactly how to say certain things, and especially when that's changing. So it has to get a more clear understanding.
Yeah, so it's not just a class. We're talking about dialogues, conversations. We're not supposed to use the word scripts, but for lack of a better word, scripts on what to say with buyers, what to say with sellers, conversation, right? And some lead generation strategies and things like that. So basically, every Monday we're doing an hour. We're calling it Power Hour, and the topics, just so that you guys know, is first Monday of the month we're talking about lead generation strategies, or what Al kind of talked about with prospecting. What are some of the different prospecting things that we can be doing? What are the different techniques? Are you developing and honing in your own prospecting strategy? Because if you're somebody that doesn't like the door knock, you're probably not going to be effective at that. And then you're not going to be consistent. You're not going to consistently do that. Well, let's find something that is going to be in your skill set, you and your way of doing that's going to give you the results that you want. So on the first Monday of the month, we talk about lead gen. Second Monday of the month, we talk about working with sellers, and we talk about conversations with sellers and getting more listings. So second Monday of the month, the theme is around listings. Third Monday of the month, the theme, and that'll be next Monday's session, is on working with buyers. And then the last Monday of the month is more kind of general MREA business building or business planning strategies, so that we're making sure that we're growing or building our business the right. So we are doing a lot of those things every Monday. We just need you to actually be there, right? Cool.
Is that in person?
That's in person. Yep. And then the tech-enabled agent, basically this is every 2 weeks, we're doing a Zoom session for our technology stack or our training stack. So the next session is going to be Tuesday the 23rd. So that's next Tuesday from 2 to 3. And we're going to be talking all about agent websites or using the command websites, command consumer app. There is going to be a little bit of a change that we're going to do. And the change that we're going to do, that KWI is going to do, is if you have been here a little while and you originally got your agent website, well, they've actually updated it to kind of the agent websites 2.0. You had to manually go in there and update those websites to get to the new version of that. Just giving you a heads up, it's not going to probably affect you if you haven't really been paying attention to it. But Keller Williams wants to make sure that everybody is on that new updated version of the sites. So if your website changes or the way it looks or the way it feels over the next couple of weeks, it's going to be because as a company, a lot of agents sometimes struggle to go in and actually make updates themselves. I'm not very techy. They're going to actually migrate the old agent sites to new agent sites for everything. So you don't actually have to do anything to upgrade to the new agent sites. I just want to make you aware of that. Okay. Yeah, this is because this is actually not part of our market center classes. This is I also do stuff for the region. Yeah, so this will be basically next Tuesday on Zoom, right? And then we'll stream it in here as well too, if you guys want to watch it together. Mega Agent Camp is coming up. It's our very own Michelle is going to be highlighted at Mega Agent Camp for being the region's cultural ambassador. So come learn a whole lot, right? To help us celebrate our rock star agent. And I think that what's really valuable about this, you get the opportunity to hear from top agents right now that are going through similar markets to you, that are going through similar challenges to you, and how they're overcoming those, right? So that's August 12th through the 15th. And then Dustin's Brokers Caravan. We are meeting after the team meeting, right? Or fairly close to after the team meeting. So that we can get everybody in the van and out on tours, right? So I know there are still some spots. If you haven't signed up or registered, I'll let Daniel know, and we'll make sure that we get you the van.
We'll have fun. I want to do 4, maybe 5 stops. We'll be back here by like 12.
So 4 or 5 stops and a lot of fun, and you'll get to hear Dustin sing, right?
All right. So I figured maybe it's a switch up, everybody. Just for the knowledge when we talk about wanting to learn about lending stuff, right? Mortgage basics. Here's something I can share with you guys. How often do I get phone calls about, do you know anything about the doctor loan? Do you know anything about that? The loan? What?
Yes. Well, because we were just saying that we want to do things for that right now. Because we work with doctors with physician loans. Typically, they don't have any points, right? Or private mortgage. Am I required recently?
So great example. She knows it has to be dangerous, and that's it. Not accurate. So the doctor ways to structure loan. What we do is narrow down to the top 3, 2, or 1 for your client. So we're going to do more things specific to the loan, hero, firefighter, help you build a campaign for that, and that's specifics. But as you're talking with clients, they're like, "Wait, what's this doctor's loan?" And then you simply share with them, no matter which type of loan we're qualifying for, it all comes down to 3 things. 3 C's. First one's the collateral. What type of house are you buying? How much money are you putting down? What's your credit score? What's your capacity? Capacity is income. Collateral, credit, capacity. 3 C's. No matter if it's the Homes for Hero loan, the FHA loan, the VA loan, the USDA loan, the conventional loan, the double loan, the down payment assistance loan, the grant loans, all of them surround 3 C's. Doesn't matter, right? So there's basic fundamentals that are going to need to be there. But if you want to do marketing for specific loan product like the doctor loan, then you reach out to me, I'd be happy to help. And the thing I was going to share with you guys in brief this morning was simply that we're starting to see moderate inflation, right? We had CPI inflation on that Thursday, it's 3%, first time that's done so in the better part of 2 to 3 years. And so if I don't geek out on you with those specifics, we're often seeing signs of a waning economy, a cooling economy, not the R word. And then what's in 4 months?
Free time.
Huh?
I said free.
Election? Yes, and 7 out of the 8 last 7 out of 7 of the last 8 elections leading up to it, what has happened with interest rates? Yeah, they've gone down. What do you think interest rates have done since last Thursday already? Gone down. Gone down. And what have I been telling you guys for the past year and a half? So can we expect them to continue going down? We sure can. Now, I do thoroughly believe in what we call strategy sessions with clients. And I was talking with someone check yesterday on an $800,000 purchase, putting 15% down. The interest rate is 6.875%. The payment's 44.67. Now, side by side with that, they're talking about, well, what if we wait for interest rates to come down like another point? Okay, so between 4.5% to 5% appreciation on a year-over-year basis, looking out just 2 years from now, your $800,000 purchase is going to increase. Your new loan amount is going to be $749,000, and your payment's going to be $42 cheaper. Meaning, if you buy now, the payment's $42 higher, but you're going to miss out on $75,000 in added wealth creation for the next 2 years. That's just on the wealth component, not including how much you're paying on our own mortgage balances because of someone else's, or the ability to let off the mortgage interest and the property taxes and things of that nature. So I thoroughly believe in the show don't tell. We've got graphs, charts, all kinds of fun things that we'll share with your clients through that strategy session for specific with marketing campaigns. I can help you build something to help people think about it from a different perspective and move forward with you, more importantly, to what? Buy a house or sell and purchase a replacement house. So, all right.
Well, you mentioned, I think one of the last times we were here is with the elections, historically raised it down. And did you mention that like the election with the school prices?
Home prices have gone up in 8 out of the last 11 elections. The year following, home prices have increased. And I'm not going to get political on you or predict on who's going to win, but man, is it a layup right now? Home prices absolutely appreciate. And what happens for every 1% that interest rates decrease, guys?
More people fall.
How many more people? 5 million. 5 million, which equates to roughly $50,000 to $75,000 in purchasing power. So, with interest rates decreasing at 4% just in the last week, how many more people qualify? 1.25 million that didn't qualify otherwise. So not that all 1.25 million are you got looking to buy houses, even a fraction of those people with a market that already is semi-tight inventory. That's just going to create more frenzy, right? Home prices. Mark Twain said it best: history doesn't repeat itself, but it often rhymes, right? So, in any way I can be there for you guys, let me know. Let's get it fixed.
All right. So next up, Daniel, we have our MCA unit with Paige, but I don't think Paige had anything she wanted to really announce today. So we can go right into the next slide. Oh, we got to put that link up there. That's so Alicia, why don't you give us a little nugget on semesters?
Everybody, just want to remind you guys, I'm here for any of your pre-listing needs. You guys are going on those listing appointments, or even getting offers in and want to see what those numbers look like. Don't forget to get your net sheets. That really stands out when you go on your appointments. Also city reports, property taxes, HOA documents. We can do all of that stuff ahead of time so that you're super prepared when offers come in. I can let you know right now we're up against a challenging HOA. We opened escrow, ordered the HOA docs at opening, and we're 2.5 weeks in and still don't have everything we need from that HOA. So sometimes it's really important to get that stuff ahead of time. You all know listings are selling fairly quickly, so those documents can be ordered and they can sit there and wait for the buyer. So don't forget that part. Any questions you ever have regarding buyers, don't hesitate to stop by. Someone was in this morning with one of his buyers. I'm not the escrow officer, but I'm here to you no matter what. So please come in and ask your question. Funny, Rocio actually just had a question for one of her past clients today. I'm here for you. Don't forget that. I want you guys to look excellent in front of your clients. So come, we'll sit down, we'll mastermind whatever you've got going on, and
Thank you.
Let me comment on what you just said. What a great, leave that up on the screen. Great dialogue we can have at open house when someone comes in and is going to be a seller of a property, or they won't tell you, they're always hiding the leads. But the bottom line is, if you're selling, would you like to get a sheet, person, the price of your property, when you have all the city reports, get them to want to give you their information, so you can give them one of those 5 things. Now you're valued. Yeah, well, really, you're giving me the city reports, or the other report. I love that. It's something of value.
Right.
So why not engage them? Because everybody wants to reach phone numbers. But this gives them a great reason for them to say, yeah, I can have the city report on, even though I'm not selling. They did it for a reason. So read between the lines. So there's 5 things there you can talk about open house. But
Thank you so much.
Danny, get this thing wrapped up. A couple of things here. We got a new agent orientation that's happening really quick right after the session here. So if you're a newer agent, or even if your agent's been around for a little while, we're going to go over a little bit about some of the things that maybe you didn't know about with the Market Center. Some of the vendors that are our favorite vendors or affiliates. We're going to tell you a little bit more about what they do and how they can assist you as well too. So stick around for the next. And then let's up to the last couple things here. We had a really great career night, and so thank you. I know Rocio, you had brought a guest, and then Elizabeth had brought a guest as well too. I think we got everybody that came signed up to start taking the courses. So it was really, really great for the first one that we did. I think we had like 12 people. Excuse me. So we're going to do one every single month. Next one is going to be right after Mega Camp on 8/24 from 6 to 8 p.m. So if you have people that you know that may be interested in getting into a career in real estate, monthly we're going to talk all about kind of what that actually looks like. And so, like I said, I think out of all 12 that came, we got all of them signed up to start taking the courses. So this is a really good way for you guys to be able to build your profit share tree as well too. Okay. Last thing, and then we'll get you out of here. So then we've got some other stuff to go over. Daniel, can you exit out of the slide deck and then go to where it says Market Stats 21 there? So make that screen bigger. Just want to kind of go over the market here really quick for you guys, so you can be aware of what stuff's looking like. If you can scroll down on both of these, I want to go over this really quick. So this is basically all the PV. This is Rolling Hills, Rancho Palos Verdes, and Rolling Hills Estates. All the information is combined here. So you can see where we were at in Q2 for total volume. Not that much different from last year. Last year was 903 million for Q2. This year it was 886. We did have a much bigger Q1 this year than last year. So we can see that volume-wise, we're holding pretty strong. And then we can see year-over-year volume. Q2 is a little bit, down versus last year at Q2s. But if you look at the same quarter, but you can see that we had a much bigger gain in Q1. So this year we are definitely doing better for volume as a company. Now I want you to change, Daniel, this calculation metric from volume to units. So units. So where's this calculation? So go to units really fast. And so you can see unit-wise, we're dead on. Last year for Q2, we were at 372. This year we're 372.5. Right, so unit count and price is holding pretty strong. And then if you look at year-over-year units, it's a modest gain for Q2. We're up by about 3% for the year to date. Okay. All right, Daniel, switch from the volume dashboard up here to the price dashboard really quick.
Only our agents.
No, this is everything on here, right? And so if we look at residential property types, this is again just the hill. We can see that the median price, Daniel, scroll down to the bottom, so what 2024 is doing. Median price, which actually correlates really with volume, pretty similar to last year. Last year was a little bit higher, but it was quite a bit higher than Q1. So we can see that at least year to date, Q2 was pretty flat year to date. We're up a little bit. Then if you go to the median price growth and percentage, you can see we're down about 3% Q2 at the same time last year. But overall, Q1 was much better than the year before. We were close to 16%. So year to date, we're about 13% higher median price, which is good. So what does that tell us as agents? Equity is still growing in property. Kind of as Dustin mentioned, even without the rates falling, what happened? Prices were going up with rates basically being high. So as Dustin mentioned, we get into a situation where the rates continue to drop through this election season. What could we probably expect? And we know that historically we can expect that too. What's going to happen to the market? You're going to have a flood of buyers that are going to come in because more people qualify. There's going to be, right now we're sitting at about the same amount of homes that were available, right?
Last year.
Yeah.
Do you have any inventory stats there? I feel like inventory has shot up.
Yeah, well, one of the next ones we're going to go to months of inventory is for that.
Right? And with interest rates coming down, inventory shot up. Well, we'll take stuff back. They're gonna want to do lateral moves.
Yeah. Yeah. Look. So Daniel, let's go to this tab that says months of inventory right here, and then we'll look at the inventory. So this is, it wouldn't let me break this up into the core areas, so we can do each one specifically. So just for PV estates, current active listing is 53. Listings sold last year total was 154. So our current months of inventory in PV estates is 4.13 months. Yeah. And then if we, Daniel, if you could switch here to the place description. And then just type in Rancho. And then go to Palos, right? So in our PV, we can see that current active listings are 102. Listings sold last for 45, even less months of inventory. So we have 3.55. And then the median, you can see the median prices as far as that goes. Yeah, we should be here. So, but let's do the hill first. So now let's go Rolling Hills, Daniel. So back in Rolling Hills. So just do the first one, Rolling Hills, and then we'll be Rolling Hills Estates, and then we'll wrap it up with San Pedro. So we can see current active listing 14, listings sold total last year in Rolling Hills was 25. A little bit longer of inventory there. It's not as much movement happens. 6.72 is the months of inventory for that. And then do Rolling Hills Estates, and then we'll wrap it up with San Pedro. So do Rolling Hills again, but this time do the estates. And then, so we can see that with Rolling Hills Estates, we got basically current active listings to 16. We have 70, I think let's start 59 there, 73 last year. Current months of inventory 2.63. Is that a buyer's market? Definitely not a buyer's market, right? And again, we can see that the price, you know, what's going on with price. Daniel, let's do San Pedro so we can get that info. Yeah, San Pedro on here is a little bit weird because they kind of flip it in with LA County, but it might not bring that. Try doing this San real fast. And then scroll down. Yeah, it's not bringing it.
It's there.
Yeah, that's problem.
That's the problem. Yeah, I'll see if I can find some more info for San Pedro, but I know that at least this system or this tool kind of clumps it in with LA County. So yeah, I'll get some. I got some other resources that I can use. And all that. Try to look it up. Was that? Try doing the work. No, that didn't read it. So I'll check it out. I think the theme that we can see here is what? With the market. It's really tight. There's not a lot of months of inventory. We can see that the prices have held pretty steady, right? We can see that the inventory has held pretty steady. And with the knowledge that Dustin gave us, hey, rates are going to likely continue to fall. Low rates, more buyers, same amount of properties that are on the market. it's supply and demand, it's gonna get tight as far as that goes, and it's gonna be a lot of fun, as Michelle said, and Daniel, as Dustin said. But it's gonna be really competitive, and prices are probably gonna go up quite a bit. So if the buyers that you have that are on the fence, I think, Dustin gave you some really great talking points, for them. And then the people who are actually looking to sell. Hey, let's get your house on the market now, because that way we make you competitive for the market, for being able to buy later as well too. Okay? All right, guys, make sure to let Daniel know about if you want to join Dustin's caravan, and we'll if you want to stick around a little bit, we're going to do our orientation for the new ratings as well too. All right. We do that myself. My body. I went to bar, and I will be. I couldn't have a talk.
All of them. And getting my day. Yeah. Getting up and 80. Getting up and 80. Yeah, that's. Nobody can.
Yeah.
Burrito time.
Oh, you're right.
Ready, guys?
In here.
Yeah, I know, Johnson's.
Like, no. And that would be. Oh,
Anytime. Yeah.
Oh, good idea, I mean, use that right now. Yeah.
There's only.
Okay. Who's the administrator, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, got it, all that.
Today? Friday. You know,
It's. Oh. Did you ask Daniel?
Yeah, I did.
Right, but I want to do that. We'll vote.
Let's read it.
Because they're both gotta do it, but
Who's doing the classes?
vote, John.
From
Online.
3 to 4.
What else? This one.
哦，没有，还是我觉得是在我两边都有，因为你有没有门进去？如果有门的话，如果你有个门，然后那边就是变成没有路，我觉得非常奇怪。那我那要有对呀，如果有门就要有呀，我觉得很好。呀，如果你跟隔壁是一样，我觉得很好。别别别好啊，对对对。对对对，我觉得刚开始那我就是社会啊，他应该是说，啊，OK，好，那我们3点钟见。OK，好好好好，拜拜。How are you? How are you? Good. Nothing. It's empty. No more.
No, mine.
Oh, that's yours? Oh,
Yeah.
Oh,
It was the same.
Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, the yeah, the food is good. Yeah. The termite. I
Just more stuff.
do. It's so nice.
So nice.
Yeah.
Very good. I thought.
And she did the landscape.
Yes. Yeah. And then so
All the fingers, right? Yeah, it's not. Oh.
good. Well,
So they are the more itch. Oh. Yeah. I think this is the
okay. Hi, Jeff. Very good. No.